Okay, so the thing that I hate about oh my god, the mic. Okay, the thing that I hate about this fucking theme is that you can't see the buffers on the top. Like, what the fuck? Why? Why is that a thing, bro? Like, the theme is good otherwise, but like, why can't you see the buffer line? You just gotta guess what's up there. I wish that you. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, we need to put this shit in the Discord. Okay, my internet is taking forever. Okay. Okay, so the problem with this theme is that you can't see the fucking buffer line at the top. So how am I supposed to code without anything up here? So the theme is great. The theme is great, but we also something in Helix. You can't edit the themes directly, which is like so stupid. It's so just edit the theme. You can't, or maybe I'm just stupid, but I don't know where the themes are stored in Helix because they're not in your themes folder. It would be so sick if you could just if they were just in your themes folder and you could just edit it. Like, that would be sick, but they aren't. You can make a custom theme that inherits this one and override it. That is true. That you can do. You can do that. You can do that. But like, am I gonna do that right now? Also, hold on. I got it. Okay, so the problem is when I open up okay, when I open up my my file explorer on this computer, it just like it opens on the other monitor. Now, that's not to say that I have anything bad on this computer, but I don't want you to see, like, I don't know. I don't even know what's on this computer. So, also, another thing is, like, how the fuck are you supposed to get around in Windows? You gotta literally go in the top bar and go app data. Like, what? Yeah, and this is the thing, bro. You see all my, like, Riot Client League stuff in here, and it's like, it's just the worst thing ever. Okay, there we go. Okay, we got it. Okay, so I have to figure out how to inherit again. Inherits equals default. I don't know. I have like a weird thing where I'm like super there's literally nothing on this computer other than literally fucking League and Blender, but I don't know, it still makes me feel weird. Okay, so we're just gonna call it I didn't put .toml on it. That's probably why. Okay, so now we've really gone down the rabbit hole. Holy shit. Wait, you're so right about this? Why didn't I think about this myself? Making me feel kind of dumb. So this is the problem, is that my other themes, like, all just like, they all just like have so much shit going on where it's like, now it's like, what else do I put in here? Yeah, so like now it's like, how do I make the other ones? It's status line, it's buffer line not active. But I don't really, it's buffer line inactive? Let's check. It's not. No, man. I don't want to be here for forever. It's probably, you could probably just like do UI dim. Oh, also, I don't think I, oh yeah, I don't have my colors. Duh. That's why it's not working. Okay, that's a horror. Okay, so this is, oh my fucking god. Okay, so okay, just make it red, and then don't have the palette. No, you fucker. Alright, I think... Okay, this is it. This has to be it. Just go the raw buffer line. Absolutely. We're so happy. We're so back. Okay. Get rid of the status line because that's fine. Okay. We're happy. I'm happy with it. Okay. All right, so now we don't do this ever again. Okay. Fucking dude, getting around on Windows is so cursed. I hate it. Okay. We're so back. We're gonna config reload. Okay, we're so back. Wait, that was a really good tip, actually. Did you see that I got collisions? You're probably not here. You probably got tilted from watching me fucking do that. Look. Wait. Wait. I think I changed something. Wait, what? Oh no! It's the ground is moving. So now we have collisions with the ground that's moving. Look. We're gonna get moved. Oh my god. Okay, now we have an insertion fail. But the idea is there. Okay, we gotta fix this insertion fail on the GJK or the EPA. No, this is GJK. I left the assertion fail there to make sure that our winding is always correct, but I think that now with our different meshes, it may be maybe not needed. Yeah, here it is. So these assertions, you would think that this would always be correct, no? I guess it's when the simplex just becomes 0 and it has a yeah, it's probably like the simplex just gets to the point where it's 0. Oh yeah, never mind. This is EPA. I'm confusing myself. Yeah, I think it's when the simplex has like an area of 0. Then this dot doesn't work, obviously. But it should be less than or equal to 0. Maybe I should make it some epsilon, because I'm pretty sure that this happens. See, d equals inf. See, this is the part that worries me. This equality found thing. When it's equality found, that means that I think it means that our support points are exactly the same, right? That our new support point is the same as the support point that we already have. What's up, King? What's up, Muda? What is up? Dude, I streamed for like 3 hours at the end of yesterday to no one because my stream went down and it didn't say anything in OBS and it still said that I was live. There's a blue light and a green light that says that you're live, but sometimes when you disconnect, YouTube doesn't send the signal that hey, you're not live. So I just straight up thought that I was completely alone in the chat. But apparently that was not the case. It's like, bro, this is like the loneliest stream I've ever had. What the fuck? But yeah, I was glad that I was not live because I was like really stuck on figuring out why these collisions weren't moving for moving objects. Like, I was like, dude, is my inverse wrong? Is my transpose wrong? And it turns out that my inverse was column major instead of row major that I was using. You have us, why didn't you notice? At the end of the streams, like when people like exit out of the stream, it does get kind of quiet. So it's not like completely not normal to not have anyone around for like an hour or so, but for 3 hours was kind of crazy. 3 hours was kind of crazy. I've also been fucking with lately putting salt in my coffee. That's kind of posh, but it actually it's pretty good. Also, I got the Rap Life t-shirt on today. It's my favorite shirt. Believe it or not, I got this from a catering event that I did at Apple Music. It has an Apple Music logo on it. This shirt that says Rap Life. It's like the funniest thing I own. It's unreal, man. It's fucking unreal. If Vec 3 maybe this equality found thing, I shouldn't return false. Maybe I should check for the area of the simplex. How do I do that? What's the formula for that? Finding area of a tetrahedron. Find area of tetrahedron. What is the formula? Surface area. Bro, I don't want the surface area. I want the area inside. Okay, this might be non-trivial. View Cartesian coordinates. The volume with the determinant formula. Okay, that's a complicated formula, but I mean that's not that bad, right? Okay, this is complicated. I'm done with this shit. That's so cool. Is it so cool, the Rap Life shirt? I think it's like the opposite of cool, but that's why I love it so much. We could just return false if any of these are true. Because if this comes true, this means that our simplex is fucked, by the way. Like that's kind of the problem that we have. Because what this does is, okay, so we have 4 points, right? And so we're checking the triangle on this side, and then we're dotting it with the point on the other side. Well, not dotting it, but we're trying to figure out, if the other side is, where our normal is pointing. And then if our normal isn't pointing the right way, then we flip it. And if that doesn't work, then that must mean that the other point is probably on our plane, or our thing is degenerate in some way. So I think I might just do like, we have to do like an if like this, because unfortunately we can't just exit out here, because we have to return collision points. So as with anything, it's not that simple. We get the collision points from here at the end. So we're just gonna do this. P.D equals 0. The question is, what do I do for the normal? Because the normal actually kind of matters. If I give it a 0, 0, 0 normal, how fucked up is that going to be? Can't understand. Yeah, I mean, like, at least in America, like the concept of like, like rap music and stuff, like kind of like the adoption of it by like white rich people is like hilarious to me, because it is like absolutely like the opposite of their thing. So the fact that those same white rich people were selling shirts that said Rap Life on it is just like the most hilarious thing to me of all time. But yeah. I don't know if this is the correct way to do it, but for now I'm just gonna do it this way. Someone else is probably like rolling their eyes at me for like, yeah, I'm scared about like opening my file explorers on Windows, because I'm like scared that like somehow like my real name is gonna get leaked or something. On Linux you can control all of that stuff, but on Windows, I don't know. I feel way more scared. Okay, so that immediately broke everything. Why? Interesting. Okay. I don't know why that is. I think we had that assert there because otherwise it gets fucked up. Just watching you from Turkey. So I think if you leak your name, that's not going to be a problem. Well, I hope not. But, I mean, I don't really know. I don't like people having my real name because, like, I don't know. There's like a lot of stuff with my real name, and like my like history and stuff. I don't know. That I don't really like people to have. Yeah, so we definitely lag when colliding with convex objects, which I'm realizing now. Like that's pretty laggy. So there's also that. We could probably profile it and figure it out better. But I kind of want to see for now what we're printing out. Like I just have D and colliding printing out when that's not really, that doesn't really tell us anything. So we should probably get rid of it. Also in our collision code we have, you know what I don't like in this theme is I don't like the comment stuff. The comment stuff is so hard to read. And I'm a guy who uses a lot of comments, so okay, so we run GJK and then we return if we find a thing. And we run it on the holes. I think that's fine. I think probably the worst thing about this is that we sometimes do it multiple times a frame. Maybe not. Yeah, that seems a lot better. We still are definitely lagging, but I need to figure out where we're printing out D. Is it just here? Yeah, it's just here. Yeah, I think EPA is just really expensive. Hey, what's up, Anna? Hey, Sophie. Should I use code on your CGit instance? That seems cool. I don't really think I'd have like a purpose for it though. I think that there's definitely going to be a performance decrease when like solving GJK with like many other objects, but for now it seems fine. Why sad? I'm sad. Are you using Windows 11? I'm using Windows 10 because it's better on this computer. This computer is like really shitty and has like specific NVIDIA drivers that it needs. Because it's the NVIDIA card in this machine is just not supported anymore, so it needs a specific version. I'm not sad. Okay, so I'm not really sure if I should worry about the performance of it right now or if I should just move on with my life, because we've been working on this collision stuff for like a week now. I should probably make a file that's just called physics so that I could separate the mesh stuff from the collision stuff. Just to have like EPA and stuff in there. I definitely think that probably the most expensive part of all of it is, honestly, it's probably I think it's EPA for sure, but yeah, expand hole is a very expensive function because it takes in vectors and it literally like realix and malix, right? So the way I think you're supposed to do this is just to have like a bounded arena that's just set up for EPA that you just use for one frame, and in it you just have like bump pointers or whatever that you're that you're doing instead of mallocing, right? I think that there's probably a way to profile exactly what the performance problem is coming from, but if I had to guess, it's that. Because other than that, we're not doing like the craziest thing ever. Like, check face visibility just goes through all of the faces. I could also try, this is supposed to be 0.0, I think. Now that we got this working, we can, I think that that's supposed to be 0.0. Add horizon, hold little visit. So yeah, once again, we have these vector expands here. So it's a lot of allocating per frame, you know. When I think we could probably just like allocate it once. Honestly, what we could do is we could just allocate one thing, like when we're testing EPA against a surface, then we could just allocate one big thing that has space for all of the arrays to the maximum of what they can be. I don't know what the maximum is. We could like take a look per vector what the maximum would be. We have whole faces, which would obviously max out at all of the faces on the whole. I think. I don't think that you can have more. Or maybe you could. I think it's the amount of faces on the meshes plus 4 for the initial polytope. I think that's how it works. Why did my stream die? I don't know. I think it's so the computer that I stream off of doesn't have Wi-Fi in it, and I don't have Ethernet that runs through the house. So I have a USB thing that gets the Wi-Fi. So I think that probably has some problems at some level. So I think that that's probably what it is. But yeah, YouTube doesn't tell me when my stream goes down. It my connection is green and my thing is blue. So that's not the first time it's happened. It hasn't happened very often, but that did happen a long time ago before. I could set up timers. But what is that going to tell us? It's just going to tell us that, maybe we should have a lower safety. I don't know. Like, I don't know how, like, if we're ever hitting the safety anyway. But, do I have timer? I do have timer. You're a jigsaw timer. Jigsaw timer. The song goes minor. I want mine. Just to test. Just because we're here. What is Gubby? What is Gubby? I was going to work on the light mapping today, actually. And also building a BVH over all of the scene objects. Right now we have a BVH over individual holes on meshes and individual triangles on meshes, but now we need one over the whole scene. And then what's going to happen is we're going to build a UV light map over everything, and then when we're baking the light map, we're going to cast rays out, and they're going to step through the BVH so that we do everything very fast. That is the goal. Jigsaw time, sun goes down. The funny thing about these timers is that they also are expensive to be running, and so sometimes they cause performance issues themselves, which is not that great. Oh yeah, we're lagging. We are lagging. Oh yeah, we're probably just lagging just because of the printouts again. Yeah. Yeah, the EPA is nothing. It's actually nothing. Like these are I think that these are in milliseconds, so I don't think that these are seconds. Yeah. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. I don't believe that these are seconds, no. I don't really remember, but it's just printing out that makes it lag, I believe. You're a jigsaw timer. Yeah, it's just the printouts. We have nothing to worry about. Our code is fine. Now for like once we start to like, if we want to do like a proper like physics engine, which I kind of do want to, then we probably will want to go for that like arena where we just like allocate one chunk per frame that we work within. But for now, I'm not going to stress it. Where's my BVH builders? It's in acceleration, right? So we already have acceleration, which does things. I think I want to fork this file because right now we got it to a point where it works, and this file is now massive. So I'm gonna fork it. And from here on, we're just going to delete shit that isn't pertaining to us. And if we ever need it again, then we can grab it. But Helium browser from a different flake input. You're not speaking English. I'm just fucking with you, but you're not speaking English. What is Helium browser? Perform clip. Do we need this? Oh right, yeah, this is our triangle clipping thing. Embarrassingly, I did have to like really look this up because I could not figure it out at all. Oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized that my AC was on. which was probably really loud. So sorry about that. That would piss me off if I came in here and it was just noise. Totally forgot about that. So this is our old clip triangle. I'm just gonna get rid of this. We'll just use the proper algorithm now. Which I already had the proper algorithm in the old game engine. I just refuse to believe it's true. Wait, hold on. We do need clip triangle. We just need to get rid of a bunch of shit in it. That's what we need to do. Basically, this function is just a wrapper that when we enter into it, it does the clips, and then this function on the outside adds on to the old buffers with what we did, and then shifts over the indices. So that's what that's doing. Imagine Brave, but they ripped out the crypto. The default ad block is uBlock. Okay, interesting. Right, yeah, I kind of understand Flakes to some degree. It's based on ungoogled Chromium. Interesting. Well, I hate Google, so that does sound good. Yeah, it's interesting, the whole new browsers thing. I wonder why there aren't more, or why they aren't more popular. When I tried to build Ladybird, like I said, it was just an awful experience. So we can build a BVH over all of the scene objects, and then only update them when they move, right? I don't know what the I don't know what the professional way of doing that is. Is that what I'm supposed to say? Professional? Let's just call init scene BVH. I wonder if you have a different BVH for moving objects versus stationary objects. I don't think so. But don't you have to build the whole BVH again, or no? When you need to change something. I don't really know. Maybe I don't do this now, actually. I kind of thought that this would be easy to do, and now I'm realizing that it might be hard to do, actually. I think I might make a new struct. I'll call it scene data. Name a more perfect combo: dustmite and taking forever to figure out names for shit. So in here we're gonna have a BVH. We need to actually have a vector for BVH indices, I believe, because we might add on objects into the scene, and so that needs to be a vector. And then we can also have a vector for the leaf indices. Now I have no clue how to test this because that would involve loading in a whole bunch of meshes, but it's probably possible to do so. We don't really have instance rendering, so it's probably going to be hard. So anyway, inside of globals, we'll just have scene data, and I'll just wrap what's in the current scene. I think that's everything we need for our for our BVH stuff, right? Leaf indices. Each mesh is an AABB, so we don't have to keep it on here. Something I do want to have though is I want to have a AABB for the entire scene, and that'll be our first step to calculating the BVH is to calculate that AABB over all of the meshes of the scene. Now, it is like an abstraction thing to have inside of the scene data which meshes are in the scene versus outside of the scene, right? That makes a lot of sense. Right now, I'm not going to worry about doing that though. Here's something. I think I'm becoming lactose intolerant or something, which sucks. It fucking sucks because I like milk. It is something that I do notice happening though. We're going to cast vec for our globals.meshes. And we will simply loop through all of the meshes. MSI. Been watching a lot of MSI lately. It was cool to see G2 beat T1. I was not expecting it. It was a great series, and then they lost to fucking North America. So it's completely fucking chopped and fried. It sucks. Okay, so we're just gonna take in. We'll just do the current scene data, right? Later we can have multiple scenes, but right now we're just gonna do this. So right. Okay. So if we will initialize We'll initialize it to this. So we need to start by doing this, and all that I'm doing here is I am making it so that we can get the bounds of the entire scene so that we know what we're BVHing over, right? Agenics, yeah, I looked it up when I saw you mention that, but I didn't really understand what it was. I was kind of really worried about that it was some AI shit with how it's spelled agenics. I was like, oh no. But I was very happy to see that it's not AI. Okay, so now we have our bounds, and now all we have to do is find the center. So do you have to take the fabs? Right, because it's recommended to have a Git repo for your NixOS, and then your config only sees files tracked by Git. And then your passwords and secrets can end up in Git history. Passwords and secrets, and makes them declarative in Nix. Oh, I see. I get it. So it's like a privacy thing because your shit is public. Got it. Hey, what's up, 3-leg chair? Alright, so we found the midpoint. Oh, actually, what we should do is we should just like create the extents as a separate thing. And then we can just add the extents to the min. Oh wait, yeah, you don't want the extents to be divided by 2, so we can do that over here. And since we're fast people, we're gonna go 0.5f. Okay, and then from here on, we will be able to go into the AABB, and then the center will be mid X, mid Y, mid Z, and the extents will be the same thing. XX, XY, XZ. Okay, and now we have computed the ABB for the entire scene. That's the point, because we need to know what the scene's ABB is before we can do any sort of BVH. Building it shouldn't be that hard, no? you just set up BVH indices. We'll do that now. Okay, so down here, let's init vector for the SD BVH indices, BVH nodes, and leaf indices. So BVH indices will come first. The reason why we have it as a vector is because we might add on to it later. But then we'd have to resort it. Maybe we just allocate it once and then just free it, and then we don't have to ever touch it. And then every time we update it, we just make a new one? No. The weather there must be a bit chill by now. Where I am, it's actually kind of, well, today it's a bit hot. Today it's a bit chill. It's not been that bad. But yeah, yesterday was like 100 something. Yesterday was like 100 something. I'm wondering if you want this to persist when we update objects, but I'm not sure. Because let's say we spawn a new object in, we try to find where it is in the BVH. I don't know how that works. We just follow it to a leaf where it can live in. But then we aren't really, we'll just leave it as a vector for now. But we will initialize it to globals.meshes.count, since that's what we're going to. It's also still pretty hot here, despite being halfway through July. Yeah. I mean, here, like, summer doesn't really end because it's so hot. Summer doesn't really end until like September, really, you know, which sucks. Man, the time is going by fast. July already is kind of crazy. Leaf indices, we go to 0. And then the BVH nodes, we will go to 0 as well. And we want to go through all of our meshes once again, and simply add SD. We need to get the vector, so size t pointer. Actually, is this supposed to be, let me see my old implementation. Let's see. It is size t. Okay, it is size t. Just making sure it doesn't need to be -1 at some point. And we're just initializing them to all of the indices. And now we should be good to write the main function that does it. And honestly, I'm thinking that it quite literally is going to be exactly like the triangle BVH, we'll just write it a bit simpler because we don't have to worry about it that much. I'm almost wondering if we can make it one thing, one function, since they're so similar. But we'll keep them separate for now. We will keep them separate for now. We can make this one much, much simpler though, because we don't have to deal with the nitty-gritty triangle stuffs. Triangle stuff. Is this the one that I just... It's not. And it's seen BVH, yeah. We're over here. Okay, so... all of this is kind of important. We don't actually need to take in size T indices or indices count. We don't need any of this because we're just going to be... we're not doing any splitting, any clipping, like triangle clipping, obviously. So that's, you know, that's completely fine. Just get rid of it. Clip point doesn't matter anymore. Right, yeah. Yeah, I did change this for the triangles. Change this for the triangles. And instead of having a giant array at the top that splits things left and right, I had these internal arrays going down that stored left and right at each depth. I'm wondering if I want to keep that or just have the one at the top. For this, I think the one at the top is probably just way more memory efficient and fast, since this is the one that we're going to be building on the fly. And the triangle BVH is definitely done, you know, not during runtime. So in this case, I think I will just go back to this file and then grab the version that has this logic and then just port this one back over here. And then just check, we'll go in a split and then just check against what we have now in terms of the math. We still want to keep ABBs intersect, I think. Yeah, but this splits between left and right, like on a hard split. So there's definitely, you know, benefits and downsides to both. But I think just going based on whole centroids is obviously not great. I think I'm just gonna do this. Yeah. We'll take in the scene data. What theme is this? It's modus operandi tinted. So instead of going ABBs, we need to go the mesh ABBs. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take in for now a mesh pointer meshes. And then from there we will get the mesh Yeah, so let's just go in here and then we'll get a meshes I, and then we'll just go M A B B. And that'll be the pattern. Oh yeah, I need to cast BVH indices now. Cast vec SD BVH indices size T. I have 5 jokes, and the fact that they can't come up with anything else is funny. Yeah, I do. It is pretty ridiculous. It's just insecurity at the end of the day, but you know. BVH indices declared. What? I can't really see what the rest of it is. But I don't see why I'd be getting an issue, but it's probably down here anyway. So left indices count, right indices count obviously doesn't work anymore with this. What we used to do is left count equals 0. And I'll leave in right child dot count as well. And we just won't take in depth as a thing here. And then over here, what I did is I checked if every AABB intersects to do the final one. I think honestly, I'm not even going to do that. And I think I'm just going to let it rock as it is. Maybe that's stupid, but this seems expensive to be doing very often. So what we do is we just go through we go through all of our indices, which is parent count. And we just get a oh yeah, you can't use I here. You have to use J because we already use. Oh, but you can't use J because we already use it. You have to use K. Dustmite. Did a black hat things? What does black hat entail? So I'm just gonna put everything in it, and then that'll be that. It's way more simple to do that. Subdivide scene. Oh, we have a lot of shit going on here. It's not as bad as it seems, though. All of this stuff is probably like kind of redundant code also. So it's like not that ridiculous. Why do you have a problem with me here? Oh, because we do it both times. Okay. Like you're writing a remote access Trojan. Or illegal things, but not much illegal. Not really. I have like a lot of respect for that sort of things. Like, you know, people that like crack software and stuff. I think like that stuff has to be really cool, right? But I've never done it myself. Wouldn't really know how to learn to do that also. But yeah, that's pretty cool. It is pretty cool. The interesting thing is, though, that I'm now realizing, is that we need to translate the MAABB by the translation matrix. But yeah, I didn't think about that. To do so, I need to the worst part is that you can't rotate it is the problem. Because if you rotate it, then it doesn't work. You can probably do scale and translation. Doing some DOS programming. That's sick. Do you have an actual computer with DOS, or is it like sort of emulated? Yeah, I think we moved translation by translation. Yeah, I should make a function that does that. Hunt out for a Pentium, but now you're just using an emulator. Yeah, dude, like working on actual like hardware is like the best thing ever. Like doing the Windows XP stuff on like the old computer I had was like It was so much fun. You can't add. The extents don't change. The extents don't change. I'm just gonna inline this. All of my, so much of my shit is inlined. It's just the way I roll now. It is just the way I roll. Peak wallpaper? Okay, I'll check it out. I will check it out. For now, I'm just going to translate the AABBs. Honestly, unless you have a really fucking like weird thing that's rotating that's really large, you know, it's possible, right? I'm not saying it's not possible, but doing an OBB for this stuff sounds really expensive and really unnecessary right now. I may have to implement it later though. Oh wait, we have to get the mesh node. We'll just have both here. MN is what has the translation for the mesh. That's kind of jank, not gonna lie. I hate it. I kind of hate it, but I'll think of a better way to do it later, I think. Always with game engine stuff, I'm never really 100% like happy with anything that I do. Like I'm never absolutely, you know. Mostly use it to learn DirectX. Yeah, that's exactly what I did with DirectX 9. Okay. So we haven't actually called the function yet. Oh, we need to make a root, right? expand by 1. The root left equals -1. The root right equals -1. The root first index equals 0. The root count equals globals.meshes.count. Yeah, it would be cool to have like an actual machine. Yeah, it is always like so awesome. If I could get like a PC98 or like an NEC or like any of those old computers, dude, it would be so fucking cool. Unfortunately, we don't live in that. This is AABB. Okay, I think that's actually it that we need. I'm just gonna initialize it once after we load everything in. I'm just gonna call I have to add it to the thing. As for right now, I don't know how we're gonna update it is the thing. I don't know how we're gonna update it. But let's figure out how to debug render it. How about that? Yeah, this file is cursed. This file is really cursed. What do I think of Windows XP? I think it's pretty cool. That's why I did so much time coding on it to do the Lenia project. I think the Lenia project, all in all, is probably the best thing I programmed ever. So there's a reason why I cared about that much. I think 9801. I'm not sure what the difference is, but I think I'm familiar with 9801. I think something about the sound chip. I don't know. I haven't looked for it in a long time. But yeah, I was looking for one. But yeah, never got it. They're expensive, and I need a new regular computer really bad. So maybe if I get this check from this old job, maybe. And I'll be able to actually code good things, maybe. Pause offset. I don't know why my LSP is being weird. Maybe you do need a pause offset? I don't know. Okay, it does kind of look like there's just one one bounding box. Let's see how many we have. Always forget the ZU. Think of playing Toho on it? Oh, really? The only programming manual is Japanese? Oh, man. That does suck. Oh, I guess it can't split because they're too close together. Ooh. Because it splits down the middle, and of course, yeah, they're both gonna... Also, the thing seems pretty large now. The BVH, the ABB seems pretty large. Oh, maybe maybe. I can't wait to get done with this so that we can do lighting. I think lighting is going to be pretty fun, yeah. Can you fuck off? Please. Please hit it. Please hit it. Please hit it. What the fuck? How did I not hit? What? Sometimes I swear to God I can't hit ampersand for some reason. I don't know what my problem is. Okay, let's see if that does anything. Hope you'll be able to get a PC98 soon. Yeah, I mean, maybe. Maybe it'll happen. I think that it'll be cool if I get it. Very weird that it's so large. Maybe don't fabs this. Let's just not do it, and then let's see if the root is... Yeah, the root is just large. It's just straight up large. Oh wait, no, the extents are supposed to be... I think that's what it's supposed to be. What? Okay, there we go. That's where it starts, yeah. That's where it starts. But it doesn't... It should cut in the middle and then see those meshes and then cut again. But it's not doing that. So we have to figure that out. Why it's not cutting. Don't know what that is. Okay. Yeah, my extents are half extents, not full extents. So I was just tripping. If I want to like figure this out fast, then what I can do is I can just like make things very far away. Like if I put them like 12, then we can see if it splits. Really? That's 12? See, it's still not splitting. Oh. Oh no, but we should be splitting down the middle. If I go to 50, does it register? Okay, so it just extends the box and then doesn't split. Okay. Try if left count equals 0. How are we not? That should work. But we don't push any others, so it has to die on the first one. This is not splitting in the middle. My extents aren't half extents. I'm just rendering them as half extents. Okay, well, then this can't be this. There we go. My renderer is rendering it wrong. Or maybe this is wrong. Maybe you're not supposed to divide this like this. The center is... No, that is correct. That is supposed to be divided by 2. And this is supposed to be half extents. I guess that this, my render AABB to vertices, this has been... There's something really stupid that I'm missing. Why does it work with my other ABBs? Extents, split pause is min x plus extents. Then the parent ABB, you divide it by 2. Yeah. That makes perfect sense. Oh my gosh, this is so fucking stupid. I feel like I'm gonna lose my mind. Why is this not working? Maybe you... I mean... No, I don't think it's that. I mean, I think I'm doing it all right, but there's probably something that I'm not seeing that's stupid. I don't know. Like, why does it not split? Like, we clearly have left count equals 0. A, B, B's intersect. TR. Maybe this translation thing is wrong. Let's try to go with the raw. Oh, but then it's not gonna be. Let me see if I did this right. R plus B. I mean, that should be fine. Huh. And I definitely store it correctly. Let me make sure that I did all the setup properly for this. Left, right, parent. I don't think that matters. I wonder if I did indices if it would split. I don't understand. How far do I have to put it for it to split? It definitely will. Oh wow, it doesn't split. Let's check the longest axis. It should be X. Yeah, it is longest X. Now let's print this out. You're gonna probably program? Well, that's good. 2 a.m. They all go into write. None of them intersect. None of them intersect left. So, yeah, none of them. Fuck, man. I don't want to have to print everything out. Do I have a print? I do have a print ABB. Holy shit. That's awesome. I've never been more happy, actually. -13 to 43. They're all the same object. They're all the same mesh. Oh my god, did I do something stupid? I think I did something really stupid. I think I did something really stupid. MS and MNs. Theoretically, those pointers should be fine. But it looks like mesh is I, MN's M mesh node. I want to work on my 3D render while watching this, but I got backend. Oh, backend. Well, I'm not really a front end guy either, so. So what can I say? Two things are happening here. It's either I that is somehow not correct, or it's that we're getting the same mesh every time. I is 0. Why is I 0? I is parent index. J is parent index plus parent count minus 1. Parent first index. So let me go to my old implementation of this because I'm a bit confused. Hold on a second. No, this is a pointer. It should change the indices. But I'm guessing that it's not changing the indices. I'm guessing it's not. Wait. I'm supposed to go BVH indices I. Oh. Okay, my bad. I'm stupid. That's just me being stupid. Just me being a stupid person. Whoopsies. That's alright. Okay, but brother, we're still fucking not splitting correctly. Bro. Oh. Don't mind me. Okay, there we go. We finally got a correct fucking split. Holy shit. Okay. Now let's set, just for... We want to split only with one object per leaf for a big BVH like this, a big boy BVH. Meh. Now, obviously, if we just like go into render.c and only render the ones that are leaves, right? If node left is -1 and node right is -1, then we do this. And now we have a pretty, a little you know, a little BVH, bro. You know what I think I'm gonna do for this BVH specifically is I'm going to, when we get a leaf, what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to resize the bounding box of the leaf to the size of the... Well, no, you want it a bit bigger, huh? Let's just leave it as is, okay? Let's just leave it as is. It's a BVH, all right? It's not the most complicated thing in the world. Okay, so now we built the BVH over all the objects in the scene, okay? Because we don't have like fancy instance rendering right now, and to be honest, I don't really remember how to do that stuff. What I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna, we should probably fork this file too. Actually, there's not a lot in here that I actually care about, really. Not a lot that I care about. It's all been abstracted away. So what I want to do is just make a bunch of meshes that we can test the lighting shit against and the BVH shit against. Look at me, I'm saying bad words. What do you think about that, huh? The worst part is that we do have to manually kind of do this. But I think we just do like, you know, a good amount of these and then we're just smooth sailing. You know what, let's duplicate the floor, huh? Let's duplicate the floor. At 10 25 10 and let's just init our meshes. Oh, also our floor needs to be a triangle BVH. We got rid of it since we were spinning it around and shit and trying to test, but now that should be working, so we're going to set the flag to true now. Oh, also, oh, right, this is, oh, right. Right. Oh, right. Right. You have to actually. So the thing is, we have a mesh that has all the primitives for a thing, and then we have mesh nodes that are the instances of the mesh. But we don't really have a way of separating the two right now, which is pretty stupid of me. Because I haven't built that yet. I haven't built a thing that, like, when you load in a mesh, you have the asset in memory, and then you can create new instances of it using the same shit that's on mesh. I don't have the abstraction to make different mesh nodes from the mesh. Also, right now we pass around our meshes and we iterate our meshes when we're actually supposed to be iterating the mesh nodes and following the mesh nodes to their parent meshes. Now, I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't really want to build that because that sounds fucking boring, so I'm not going to do that right now. So I'm just going to load in the same asset multiple times. So if you want to cry about it, you can cry about it. I'll pat you on the back. But I don't really give a shit. I don't really give a shit. Sorry. Okay, so we have a bunch of different meshes, and our BVH partitions them into things. This is pretty interesting. I don't really know if I like that, but you know. Anyway, so moving on with our lives. Shit. Okay, so we don't have like a step up thing. So if we just lose contact with the mesh, we can kind of just go through the floor like that. So probably have to fix that. Right now we can just jump over it. It's chilling. Okay, so moving on with our lives. We want to do lighting. And lighting is a lot of fun. Now, how do I do lighting? Well, I'm going to be baking lighting. Like I did in the last engine. I think that what we'll do for the scene is that we'll have lighting structures that are going to either be point lights, directional lights, or spotlights, right? The normal thing. So we'll make a struct with those different things. And yeah. The weird thing is, so the problem with that is I don't know how to do it within a light map bake because, wow, we went through the floor there. That was weird. Shouldn't be going through the floor there. Huh. Yeah, to be fair, our jumping is pretty fast. So it's kind of possible that in a frame we just kind of end up falling through the ground, which, you know, isn't the greatest. But I have to work on those details ad nauseum. Right now, it's not really the most fun shit to work on. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. Okay, so let's do lighting. So the first thing we need to make, which is the hardest part by far, is the UV light map backend that is going to basically, when we load in all of the meshes in our scene, what we're going to do is we will UV unwrap them. We're going to find surfaces, coplanar surfaces that are contiguous. We have to build an adjacency map for each triangle for contiguous triangles, and then figure out their normals, right? And if they are coplanar, then we will start making these surfaces that will add into light map spots in the light map. Now, is that going to be easy to do? No. You misunderstand. That's going to be very hard to do. That's why I've been dreading this very day. But it's something we got to do. We got to do it. Have to do it. Very necessary to do it. Got to do it. Got to do what you got to do. Alright, let's figure it out. I actually, earlier today, I went through my old codebase and I just stole all of the lightmap relevant code. And I threw it in this file called lightmap.c. And this is the stuff. This is the stuff that was used to make the very old light map. So yeah. I'm thinking I'm just going to steal a bunch of it, but the way I was doing it beforehand was bad. It's very inefficient. None of the relevant stuff was contiguous. It was very, very, very all over the place. And so this time we're going to have to do something differently. So I wonder if we do this in scene data, this scene data thing that we have now. If we want to put a light map inside the scene data, that kind of makes sense, right? Let's make this struct, huh? First of all, we need light. So we'll just have a light. We will have point. Do we do it before or after? I never know which one to choose. But this one makes sense to be before. And spotlight. Very simple. Okay. Okay, so every light will have a light type. Now, I don't know what else needs to go on light. I don't really remember. For now, we'll just have a Vec3 RGB. I don't really know. There's a lot of different things depending on if it is a certain light type. You could do like a tagged union sort of thing. I don't think we're going to do that because that sounds a bit lame and complicated, and I prefer to keep things simple. And it's not like we're going to run into memory issues with a struct that just has a couple of Vec3s. It's not really that intense, bro. Okay, so light map data. This is exactly the name of it in my other engine. And let's actually take a gander. Holy fucking shit. What was I smoking when I made this? Jeez. Like, chill, bro. I think the light map atlas will do a similar way, so this makes a lot of sense to have this sort of stuff just carry over. We're going to partition it differently, but the concepts will be the same. Largely the same. Inside of light map data, I have no clue what I'm going to put in this. I think you want the atlas. You want the raw RGB buffer. And yeah, bro. I think we're just gonna steal this stuff. Okay. So what is this triangle light map UVs thing? This triangle light map UVs thing is the per triangle UVs that map, you know, that map via triangle, right? So you have that so that when you hit a triangle, you know what the UVs are to where you're writing into the buffer. All that struct was this and the mask. We'll just steal it too. Fuck it. Okay, so now we've stolen from my old engine all of the things. But before we get into any of that, what we need to do first is prime it. We need to prime it. So let's just ignore everything inside of this function, all my notes and stuff, and just start from scratch. He's stealing code of himself. Yeah, I do it a lot. I do reuse, but this stuff I've like now looking back on it and like it took up so much unnecessary memory last time and it was so janky and it took so long to bake. Now we have a BVH on top of a BVH. We should have, you know, a good amount of ability to do things fast, you know? So I want to do it fast this time. And so the first function is going to be, we need to prime it. We're going to call this build adjacency map. And we will build it over a certain mesh. And we're just gonna build it over all of the triangles on that mesh. And now you're gonna optimize it. Yeah, I mean it's not necessarily an optimized thing. It's just that my old engine kind of boxed itself into being a voxel based engine, right? And so every surface and everything, it was in a grid, right? And so if we were to bake lighting from, a light hits a certain position, it would have to raycast out and hit things based on where they live in a grid rather than an actual acceleration structure, which made things incredibly slow. On top of that, I didn't really ever unwrap the UVs of the objects in the UV light map well. And so we ended up with a lot of empty space and a lot of it was just very slow. It was just very, very, very slow because things weren't near to each other in memory. And so it's a lot more work to get it right, but I want to get it right this time because I think it's important. It's going to be important for whatever I make with this because light maps need to bake fast, or else, what happened with the old engine is that whenever I had to, change something in terms of the lighting of a scene, it was literally like, 10 minutes sitting here, so it was, at the end of that, it was ridiculous. And so I think building a better system is super important here. Okay, so building the adjacency map. This is one of these cases where we want to add something onto here, which is going to have the adjacency. Right now we don't have that because our mesh face struct, for example, which our mesh face struct is our triangles, right? Our mesh face just stores indices and a normal. Now you might just think like we could just go here and have a adjacent triangles or some sort of adjacent, to some max length, and that would be fine. The problem with doing something like that is that our memory just becomes unbounded, and this is only going to be used on top level triangles, not on triangles that are, let's say, being used to do, incremental hole or EPA. All of those triangles also use this struct. And so it's either we have a different struct in the top to have our tries, or we create another structure over here that is separate for it. And so I think that's what I'm going to do. So I think for now, I don't know what I'm going to call it. So the old method took more time than usual and we want to make it faster. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't super buggy at the end, but it was just not ideal. If you baked it at a low resolution, there would be a lot of padding seams in the UV light map, things like that. So you had to bake it as a high resolution. When you're iterating fast on something, you want to bake it at a low resolution, but just because the methodology I used was janky, it didn't look very good. So I'm just going to call it triangle adjacency. Because that's what it is. And inside of here, all we're going to have is the indices of adjacent triangles. And this is going to be built after we have all of our tries already. So I'm just going to leave this as a triangle adjacency. Thanks for the good luck. I will definitely need it. 100% going to need it. Very simply, we don't have like a hash map or anything fancy for determining this, so I'm literally just going to I kind of want to use the BVH. The problem is that if I use the BVH, then I may miss triangles. If I use the BVH is determined by AABB's overlapping. I think that there are cases where I would miss adjacency by using the BVH, which sucks because doing this manually is awful. Let me actually look up how people do this. Building. Create half edges for an edge going from I to J. Look up if edge J to I already exists in your hash table. If it exists, set both twin pointers. Yeah, it looks like we do need a hash map for it, but I don't really know about doing it, because then you have it per mesh. Like, how much memory is that? Oh, a temporary hash map. We could do UT hash. Well, I mean, I could do UT hash and then make a hash table. God, that sounds so complicated, actually. Holy moly. Okay, let's go into where is my hash map? It would have to be in. I don't think I have a mesh.h, do I? Or where is this? Oh my gosh. I do have a mesh.c. Okay. Has to be in here, right? Yeah. I just need to remember the syntax for doing this. So you need a key of two integers. So it's like this. Okay, now let's remember how we query it and stuff. We query it by doing this, basically. This is all we have to do. Okay. So this finds a hash, and if it doesn't find it, it adds it to the thing, which is exactly what we want. We are just going to have an int x and y because it's just two vertices, right? And it's just the indices of the vertices. So it's very, very simple. I don't know if we need a zero list. I don't think so. All right, so let's go through all of our triangles. So we're gonna have a mesh face pointer faces equals cast vec mesh tries. You have to try. Then we will have our this is actually a point. Can't forget that, because we don't have these as vec3s. So this is going to be the mesh vertices as point. Unexpected type name mesh face. What? Unexpected type name point. Oh, you're probably just mad at this. And we're just going to go through each point. Oh, you're not mad at that. Oh, it might be because we don't have utilities included here. That would be why. Okay. So now we're going to go through all the tries. We will create edges between all of the tries. We will, per edge, look up if it exists. Then if not, we will add it. So instead of zero key, it will be named adjacency pair. We're going to call it edge pair, actually. Edge pair key. I have no clue how I'm going to debug this. That's the problem. I think I can code it fine, but if I fuck something up with it, then it's going to be impossible to win. To win? It's going to be impossible to I also need to figure out, I think we have to init. Maybe not. Maybe not. I thought that we had to init UTH, but maybe not. Okay, So for each triangle, we'll create an edge for each of the edges, and then see if it exists already. The thing is, does the order matter? I think the order matters. I could just check both orders. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Um, I need to store on the entries. How do I iterate through them afterwards using UThash? Oh, I think that I have that actually, that code that does that. Um, What is the struct for triangle adjacency again? It's a size C adjacent tries and int adjacent count. Maybe I do want it a vector in this case. I'm thinking I have a vector here. And then every time we hash find to get one, then how do I add on to the add an entry? I don't really remember. Free current parent, free child, free parent. Init chunk data. Where is it? Add on to a new. Fuck. Oh, it's just hash add. And I use Z for the entry. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, got it. Oh, but how do I add on to entry? I just use EPE, right? I just use EPE tries dot whatever, yeah. I just add indices onto the vector, yeah. Right, you have to mal like the zero entry, the entries. Man, I wish init vector just gave a pointer to the first element so that I didn't have to do it myself, which sucks. What is Z? What the fuck is Z? What is this? Z is... Oh, Z is the pointer. Or Z is the... Z is that, oh. So why can't I give EP? Oh, key is key. Okay. And this has to be size of edge pair entry, yeah. Size of... No, it is the size of the key. Let me give it Z. Okay, okay. That, I think that's it. I think I coded it. I think I coded it. Now, once you're done with it, now this is the weird part, right? Iter, I need a hash iter it. I need a hash iter this. Edge pair table. What is S? Wonderful variable names, by the way. Wonderful variable names, dustmite. I'm glad that I learned UT hash at some point, because it's honestly, it's made my life a lot easier. So going through hash iter, we malloc try adjacency to the amount of triangles we have, to the amount of triangles, and then we but we're going based on yeah, we can't just go per triangle. It's gonna be per thing. So we're just gonna add on to the indices that we see. That will free it. Shit. We want to zero as we go along. Wait. How do I want to do this? Ugh. It sucks that that I can't have this. I'm just gonna have a vector. I'm just gonna have a vector. Adjacent indices. That's it. That's what you have to do. It sucks to have to vectorize everything, but otherwise we'd be looking at doing the same thing, or just setting an upward bound, but I'm not going to do that. Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Okay. We need a calicate. We need a calicate for reasons. Because we aren't going to get every try in the thing, so it has to be caliced. I need to init vector on everything before I do this. Need to init all those vectors so that when I expand them, it's fine. Oh wait, yeah, you need to... You need to expand it for the rest of the things in the list. Yeah, nested loop it, sure, but trying to figure out a way to not call vector expand that many times. Just call it once, but for what? Nah, yeah, let's just do it this way. It's way safer to do it this way. You also can't just free S. You have to say if I have to make sure to do that. So if I equals J, okay, theoretically that should work. Okay, I coded a lot. Here. Basically to run you through what's happening here. We allocate this adjacency map. Then we are creating a hash table for every unique edge. And when we find a duplicate, then we just add our current triangle onto that hash entry, so that we are now building a list of all triangles that share edges, right? That share a certain edge. So we look in both directions, right? If an edge is I to J, or J to I, and yeah, and we group them together. Now, how do we debug printout if this is working? That's a good question. So we end with just an array of try-adjacency, which just is a vector of adjacent indices for each one. That's what we do here, is we initialize all those vectors, and then we add on to them later with indices as we go through. Right. So we can call this. I just want to figure out how we can. We can do a debug shader for it. I need to make sure that this works before we move on, obviously. So we have to figure out how it works. So assuming we have our adjacency map here, we can take our mesh and let's just take a few random triangles and then just do it. So let's just say int random 0, we're going to take the first triangle. Int r1, we're going to take the 30th triangle. Int r3 will take the 50th triangle. Those are all numbers that are within our ground mesh. Okay, so we want to loop through. We want to get the triangle adjacency TA equals let's get the mesh. Which is going to be mesh pointer m equals at meshes 0. We'll just do one mesh in what we're doing right now. So this is going to be m tri-adjacency. Oh, right, because we can do this. Okay, cool. So now we will go through all of the things in TA adjacent indices.count, and we will render those triangles with a wireframe. Do I have something that is not stupid that does it with vec3s? I think that the wireframe VAO is vec3s, no? Should be. God, yeah, this file is absolutely fucking cursed. Oh, I do. It's main vertex. It's main vertex. I think we just want it as vec3s. Okay, so we're gonna go through the adjacent indices and then get those mesh faces. Okay, so now we're at the point where I can do away with this, and we're just going to do we're going to go to 0, 1, and then 1 to 2, and then What the fuck just happened? 1 to 2, and then 2 back to 0 at the end. Because that's how GL lines work. Oh, wait, no, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm supposed to get the specific adjacency. Oh. Okay. So I made a thing that does different points, and then we're gonna see if that works. We are going to need to obviously draw to the screen. I think that you can just go to triangles.count, and we're gonna go GL lines. Okay, let's give it a shot. We also need a free triangles.buffer and upload it because we didn't upload it. It's going to be size of vec3 times triangles.count. And we crashed. Well, first of all, we didn't actually do the adjacency thing, but second of all, I meant to only have one mesh at this point just to test this. And then after we init all of that, we're gonna call init, fuck did I call it? Build adjacency map. Build adjacency map for at MB0. Call it the undeclared function. Alright, let's try it. Undefined reference to build adjacency map. Oh, I didn't add it to the make file, did I? Okay, you really hate to see it. You hate to fucking see it. Huh. Let's just make sure that my render is happening. Just to make sure. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume that we don't have anything inside of the draw buffer. Why did we crash that time? Where did we crash that time, not the other time? MN translation less than or equal to end. At render 218. Oh. Yeah. That'll do it. That'll do it. My hard-coded code that did shit with stuff that isn't loaded in right now. Count equals 0. Okay. We could try. We could try all of them also. We could try literally all of them. It's probably going to be insanely laggy, but there is a 0 count that we're looking at. Okay. I just want to stop spamming the counts. Okay. So we get into it. Huh. Hold on, let me see if I need to init it. Let's make sure that I did this right, I guess. Find with key. That's correct. Add with the key. I wonder if having the vector inside of it is problematic. So I'm just gonna comment out a bunch of stuff and get rid of that, and then see if that's what it's mad at me with. No. Why would it not work? Yeah, there's no init necessary. Why does UT hash not work? I'm doing it in the correct manner, I believe. Oh shit. We don't have point deduplication in this. Oh shit. That's why. Well, so there's good and bad news. I'm going to tell you what the good and the bad news is. The good news is we don't have to go crazy and do anything right now. The bad news is that we have to hash the legitimately both of the vec3s of this. That's now our key, which, depending on who you ask, may not be the greatest thing of all time. But yeah, you're just literally going to throw the points I0 in there. Points I1. Alright, and depending on who you ask, you know, it might suck. It might suck, but we still, at the end of the day, the rest stays the same. So it's just the keys that change. Okay. Okay, so now this is working, right? Because now we're actually comparing the points. Oh yeah, this is going through all of them. What's the count for this? So that doesn't seem like a lot. It says 1368. What? It's the same triangle 1368 times? What? The fuck are we talking about? Oh, we're not supposed... Oh. Yeah, we're supposed to go, obviously, into TA. Alright, let's try that. Okay, so we get everything on it. It's just the translation that's being weird. But now let's go back to what we were doing before. And let's go and see RJ, and let's see only the actual adjacent ones. So for that triangle, and these triangles are near each other. So let's I wish we had color encoded here. That would be sick. Something that I'm realizing is that I think that it's counting itself on its own adjacency, which it shouldn't because I did this. But maybe it's not, maybe it's not. Let's set the color uniform because we have a color uniform. We did use it at some point here. We're just going to go J over 3. Oh, because we don't draw after every single one. Sorry, I just had a second. Fuck. Bro. Now this is getting complicated. I don't want to have to do this. Alright, we're just going to draw it separately. I'm just going to do one draw call per thing. Oh, I'm not using the uniform. Okay. And now to top it all off, let's let us do this, but for the triangle itself, and then make it white. And then instead of adjacent I, it's going to be RJ. The only reason we have it as a separate thing is because I need to change the uniform. And I'm just going to make it white, so that we can see which ones are the center. What? Okay, let's just not draw the other stuff and then see what's in the middle. So it's just drawing on top, that's the problem. So it does include itself on the adjacency map, which is annoying because I said to continue if I equals J, or if triandices I equals triandices J. Okay, well, the adjacency map works nonetheless, but it does include itself on it, which is not ideal, obviously. Oh, hold on a second. My count was unbounded, but it shouldn't matter. Yeah, I don't think it matters. See, well, actually, if it is just the adjacent ones, then it's still going to. Now, if I draw GL triangles instead, it's kind of gonna be annoying. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now I feel confident that it's correct. And now if we don't draw the middle, then it should just be, yep. Okay. Adjacency map works, I think. What it doesn't do is it doesn't do points. I don't know if that's something that we care about. But we do have an adjacency map. The middle points are the points without triangles, so it works. Okay, cool. Honestly, spent as much as it took me to make it, as much as to view it, but I built it right the first time. It's just I totally forgot that we don't have point deduplication finished, so that's that. We had to match on vec3s. Alright, moving onward. After we have the adjacency map, then next we have to find similar faces and similar faces with similar normals. So I was thinking coplanar faces. Sure, we could reuse the code that I use for the something. I used it for. God, what did I use it for? Oh, right, when I was doing... Did I even end up using that for something? Oh, right, when I was doing the original convex hull stuff. But I didn't end up keeping it. I don't know if that's necessary. I think maybe we just want to... Did I write notes on this? I think I did write notes on this. Triangles linked to UV light map triangles. Import build adjacency map, then find coplanar faces within some epsilon, and then create faces with triangle lists. UV islands for each surface and wrap, then bake lighting. Find coplanar faces with some epsilon and then create surfaces with triangle lists. From there, create UV islands for each surface and wrap. So we can reuse the code that finds coplanar faces. Have to figure out where that is, though. It's certainly not somewhere that is actually in use. Is it really in mesh? I feel like no. Probably. Compute mesh holes. Here it is. Here it is. So from adjacent triangles, we can find ones with similar plane and then group them, and we'll have just a large epsilon for it. Luckily, we already have code that does this, although it's not like the greatest thing of all time. And it is pretty expensive, and it goes over all of the mesh tries. What we want to do instead is we want to take in an adjacency map and then only compute it for those things. Yeah. Luckily that is on the mesh, so we do just go through mesh tries count. Huh. Yeah, but if I go through every triangle, obviously, and every triangle's adjacency, then then I'm gonna be processing and adding the same triangles twice. Yeah, I don't know. Google's not telling me anything. I think I'm gonna walk it. I think I'm gonna walk it. I think I walk the adjacency map. Per triangle, per adjacency, we walk it and then create faces. We'd also use a hash map here, a hash table here. Is it overkill? Maybe. But we need to see if we've already processed and put a triangle on a certain place. Yeah. I kinda need to use the bathroom, so I'm gonna be back in a second. Okay. Okay. So this is way too complicated than what it needs to be. I think we're gonna have The thing is, these islands are per mesh. I'm just trying to figure out if we're gonna just allocate it once or what. We're gonna use islands like this. UV island will have an int of the mesh that it goes to, and it's going to have a I think it's that simple. Stream is pretty goddamn quiet today. That's alright. So we are going to do a hash table this time. Today is kind of boring, huh? It's just kind of hash add int. That's what I'm looking for. User's ID. I'm just looking at the syntax for adding an int rather than a whole key. Right, your key just becomes an int. Let's do it then. So very similar to what we have up here, instead of having a full key struct, all we need is a the entry. So this is going to be a UV try index entry. Try index, and all we'll have is an int key. All we need to know is, have we done this before? Actually, you know what? It might be just easier to just keep a vector of triangles and then like let's not make another hash table. There's like no need. There really is not. So to set up, we have to do some casting. So for each mesh try, first of all, we need to have a going to sleep. All right, peace out. Thanks for listening to me. All right, temporary buffer here. If feel like I used to be better at typing. Oh wait, no, it's not. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. From here, we want to walk the adjacency map. We're going to have a starting normal, or let's just call it normal, straight up, equals the F normal. And we'll just go through the adjacency map. My window might fall down. It's been doing that recently. Okay, so try adjacency. We need to have... Is triangle adjacency just adjacent indices is size t? So let's just... For each one, we will get a AJ and we'll have a while loop here that figures out if, well, first of all, if AJ normal does my Vic3 dist? That's probably in mathf. I don't have one that's square root of this. I guess that's just the same thing as dist. But multiple fabs f's. We're just gonna call it 2 by 2. I don't know which one's faster. So I'm just going to do this for now. But we don't only want to go over the adjacency map of that one. We want to infect other triangles and walk their adjacency as well. And so we want to nested loop here. I guess what we're going into is recursion, so we might as well just do recursion here. Yeah, so I was gonna do recursion here. So I was just like, okay, instead of just doing like functional recursion in a loop there where I like do some weird fucking pointer shit, I was like, okay, well let's just decide to do this now. So that we actually do recursion. Sorry, I'm sitting back in my chair, so I know I get quiet when that happens. I'm not talking a lot, so I'm just gonna leave the mic close to the keyboard and do the fucking ASMR shit that I used to do. So there we go. Okay. So now what? If these conditions aren't true, we add it to the try list, and we add it to the current UV island. If we find a new try on the top level, then we create a new UV island. That shit is on the Lightmap data though. So to get to that, we just go from globals to scene data to Lightmap data. So let's get a Lightmap data ld dot scene data dot lightmap data, and then from there we can get our UV islands, which were a vector. So we'll init the vector for, I shouldn't have done that, islands 0 with a size of UV island. Okay. And then if we want to create a new island on a new triangle, the way we do that is we do a UV island pointer island equals vector expand size 1, and that is what we will pass into the adjacency. But the first thing we want to have is we have a vector of tries on this, so we will init vector island tries one. Actually this isn't mesh face, it's just gonna be size t. These are indices for the tries. And then make sure to have island mesh equals mesh ID, so that we know what the connection is. And then we, oh right, so this is gonna be, see, I wish init vector gave you, oh wait, no, we do this, oh wait, no, yeah. Yeah, the problem is that you have to do some weird shit like this. If you want to do this inline, you have to do size t pointer, and then at the end do 0 operand of void. Did this? No, and then what you have to, oh no, you don't. That's fucking cursed. That's fucking cursed. The other way to get around this is to do but we're running out of namespace here, but you just do this and then cast vec island tries, and then you add a line here, and then obviously this is just tries. That's cursed. Okay, and now you want to be passing in, when we walk coplanar adjacency, we obviously want to be passing in the current UV island for that reason, because we want to be able to vector expand. Okay, so we've added it to the thing, obviously. And from now, we want to just walk this triangle's adjacency, right? So you just have a for loop in here. The triangle adjacency that I'm going to pass into is the parent one. It's not actually the one that has hours. To get hours, we have to cast it like this. Triage I. So for this, it's going to be triage current face index. Oh, also, we don't just add it to the island, we have to add it to the try list. So can't forget that. Have to do this every time we process a new triangle. The font is monospace argon, I think. I don't know. It's one of them. And then here is where we recursively call it. Is there anything that I didn't use? Use the normal. Right. Eps. Okay, so now instead of doing this, what we're going to do is simply call that function, walk coplanar adjacency, and recurse. Really, we don't need to be getting it as pointers, but let's just, for the simplicity's sake, just keep it. And then we need a pointer to our current island, which is this. Then our current face index would be adj. And then the try list is obviously just try list. Triangle adjacency is also just triad. Alright, peace out. Peace out, Sophie. Thanks for saying goodnight. Hope you have a nice night. Okay. So this is just our normal, and then our eps will be our eps. And it should be that simple. Now, internally, for that, we're just going to do the exact same thing. And just walk coplanar adjacency recursively. Oh, yeah. And we'll get rid of an argument here because I don't like having a lot of arguments there. And instead we'll just be passing down MFs every time with the index. Yeah, we'll just be passing MFs down every time. But that also matters here. We need to pass down FS. Okay, this code is quite verbose here. I think it works, but it is quite ridiculously verbose. But technically, so what this does, right, is it loops through all of our triangles. If we have a new triangle, then it creates a new UV island. And then it walks recursively through all of the adjacent triangles to that one to figure out if their normals are similar. And if they are, then it also recursively walks through the adjacent triangles to those. So that's what that does. But this function compute mesh holes didn't actually get used at all. We just kind of rewrote it. Now what we could do is use is similar plane rather than what we were doing. What does is similar plane do? No definition found. Is similar plane. Yeah, why don't we try it? Why don't we try it? Why don't we try it? Instead of doing this distance, let's just do is similar plane. Current face, normal. We're gonna need a reference point. You can put in a thing here. So our current face, normal, obviously we can get a current face point pretty. Oh, we can't. We can't. It's a disaster. We need points. We need this to get a reference point for each face. And then we can do points, current face, indices 0. And then for the other reference point, we can actually just take in reference point like this. And this is dot pause. Luckily, we don't have to deal with any of that out here, which is super nice. But we do have to pass in points, which isn't too painful. And then we need to pass in a reference point from our triangle up here, which is going to be points indexed by f indices 0 dot pause. Okay, I'm pretty confident that this is gonna work. Actually, this is probably like the least risky code we've written today. You know, we've written some kind of fucking crazy code today. This doesn't seem that bad in comparison. It is verbose though, so I could have made a typo somewhere fairly easily. Alright, let's see how we're gonna deal with getting this out and you know, visually testing it. In the cursed graveyard of debug shaders and rendering passes, we will put this next thing, which will loop through all of our UV islands. Sorry, I just had to think about my place in the world and all that. Okay. So now I'm just going to copy the code that did the triangle shit. Each one is going to have a different color. Okay. Sorry, I was just really locked in there for a little bit. I want to see if we draw the entire thing. So let's go ahead and do it. Of course, we will have to call the function first before we do it, called build UV islands. We'll wrap these two in another function that's going to be like init lightmap. Okay. Well, it's all green. It's all green. Which it shouldn't be all green. I'm gonna guess that there's only one island. 228. Oh, 228 divided by 3, yeah. Yeah, so everything is on one island. Okay, well, we obviously made a mistake here somewhere. Just checking if there's something to do with the pointers. But I don't think so. I think I did all that correctly. My window's falling. Sucks. Oh, if not is similar plane. Oh, if not is similar plane. Oh no, what the fuck did I do? We're lagging so much. It's not even funny. Why are they all green? I think that all of the triangles are alone, and that's why it has... That's why it's all threes. It's always all threes. So let's do a lower epsilon. And stop doing the printout because it's making us lag. It still is mainly blue and green, but maybe that's just the way we did the thing. Alright, this is pretty cool. So what we're seeing here, I want to move the mesh a bit more so that you can see it better. But what we're seeing here is, well, I should have moved it a bit more. The triangles that have a similar color are on a similar on a UV island, right? So that's why all of the flat surfaces, like the bottom, is on one huge UV island. So all of this is next to each other in the UV light map, right? So all of this is a huge one too. Now it's hard to really tell, right? But yeah, I think it's pretty neat. You could, even, make the epsilon less depending on, what you want. But if you go, for example, like this, well, we don't really see a change here. On the top we see a little bit of a change, but yeah. You could play with the epsilon to get eventually those faces a little bit more connected. I'm kind of surprised that this, even with a high epsilon, isn't coming together. Like, it's changing, but it's not really coming together. Like, if you have an epsilon of 1, doesn't that just let everything through? Huh. Are we passing it? We are. Interesting. Or maybe it's supposed to be... Oh no, that definitely, you can see down there, that definitely changed things when you set it to 0. nothing gets connected. Huh. I wonder why this epsilon doesn't work in normalized values, or why certain things just don't work out. Like this should obviously get connected. Huh. Anyway, it does what it's supposed to do, but I'm just like, I'm interested in why oh wait, hold on a second. That doesn't, oh shit, hold on. That was definitely a bug. But still, like, these faces are particularly interesting to me. Why they don't come together. Maybe is similar plane just simply, like, if you have this, doesn't matter the epsilon. Yeah, there we go. Now we've got everything on a separate, so this line right here, now we can actually tweak the epsilon. Now I'm not sure in terms of light map which one you would prefer. to have like more islands or less islands. Like this, obviously, as you can see, now we're starting to get, like this one's all on one, but I'm not sure. I think it gets to kind of a dangerous level, but you can tweak that. Okay. All right. Nice. So that's we're going down our list here. From there, create UV islands for each surface, which is what we did, and wrap, and then bake lighting. So we're at the second to last step here. And this is where we're going to start to look at our old code to see what we can do here. So just looking at this makes me really fucking horrified and scared. Makes me really fucking horrified and scared. Right, yeah, this I got earlier from somewhere. This I got earlier, yeah. Yeah. I think that we just want to do the UV islands. I think that we want to probably iterate over all of the UV islands, over all of the meshes. And then unwrap somehow. But I've only done it with triangles before, so I don't know how you're supposed to do it. So do I keep an atlas? I think that we do keep an atlas. We do keep an atlas. Maybe we just keep exactly the atlas code. To be honest, I don't really remember how it works. And I remember having to fiddle with it for a long fucking time. Long fucking time. Like, it was really, really painful. I don't have anything that describes what the block size exactly is. We want to get the area of all of the triangles. I do have triangle area, or I can grab it. I do have it. I do. So let's just start off. Instead of adding a triangle, we're gonna add a UV island to the light map. I wonder if I'm supposed to have one normal for the whole surface. And if that's the case, then I probably should put onto this a normal. Maybe? Maybe? When I estimate rect size pixels, I took in the area. Okay, so I didn't actually... So I don't actually need the UVs to allocate the rect for the UV island. I only need the UVs when I assign the UVs. Where's the assign UVs function? This. Should I assign it for the rect? Man, I don't remember how any of this code works, man. Maybe I just try to do the island all at once and then just calculate the UVs for the whole thing. Or no, I can't do that. I can't do that. We are going to need the UVs to have their own thing. I don't know how to do this. This is fucking super complicated. Because of this does it for a single triangle. But what if I need to do it within the rect? Then I need to partition it. Fuck. Fuck. I hate this. Like, why did I do this? Just do a vec2 UVs 3. I think we are going to need a light map atlas just so that we know what is and isn't available space-wise. But do I know how the partitioning works? No, I have fucking zero clue. I think that the 256 was good, right? Or was it like 2048? I can't remember. Those are two very different numbers. It was 2048. Block size of 2 seems pretty low, but something else I want to see here. Right, we also calc on the buffer, the width times the height, and then get a new texture for it. So that's important for us to do. We'll take in a light map data. Okay. I crack myself up sometimes. Yeah, sorry, I'm just not really, you know. For now, this is fine. I think we also need to get the the texture. There's a free lightmap atlas size thing. Okay. I don't want to look at this. I really don't want to look at this. Okay. The next thing that we can steal is the shit that allocates lightmap rect. That is pretty much going to stay the same. I don't see any reason to change it. We'll use a padding of 4 though, because that's apparently better. But I may have to go through and change this later, because I don't remember how the fuck any of it works. I want to see what I want to see what our upload was for it. So that I can remember what we used for the textures. So that I can steal that. Okay, it doesn't exist. Okay, this is it. This is it. Fucking Christ, I'm sorry. I was looking for that for fucking forever. Just trying to fucking find it. So this is what's going to initialize our texture. I want to just keep it in init.h like everything else. We're just gonna call it that. And how do we, this might be a stupid question, but I'm just gonna do this. But instead of the buffer, we're just going to put null, and then we'll generate it later. Okay. So we want to estimate the size per pixels. So we're going to do something similar here, but now we can actually start coding. We can actually start coding now. Okay. So we have our UV islands. Let's take in lightmap data LD. This is going to add one UV island to the lightmap actually. So let's take UV island pointer. UVI. First of all, we want to get the area. So we'll just loop through the tries. It's actually a size T. Alright, we're getting into it now. Okay. This was my idea, right? That you have, you're basically just adding up the area of all the triangles inside, and then we'll allocate one rect based on all of them. I think that that's what we're trying to do here. So that's what what I'm doing here. Is I'm just going to get all of the triangle areas, and then we will use a function similar to this. I'm not really sure what the correct thing is, but I did a size between 2 and 64 before, but I think that we should go higher. So I'm just going to go to 128 from like 42. I think something like this. It depends though on, you know, on what our scale is and all of that, but whatever. Okay. 128 is pretty massive though. Okay, so we will get the rect size using the area. Okay. Okay, now that was all the easy part. Now is the hard part. We have to figure out how. Well, first of all, we can now allocate the lightmap rect inside of the atlas. Once we have those pixels, and I think we use the same pixels for the width as for the height, but that may not be the case. Depending on, well, the size of it, right? But let's just allocate it. So we get a rect back. I'm not sure why you would, I don't know. And what rect do we get back? We get a rect with UV width, height, and padding, right? And then later, then we do the slotting in to it. each one had a rect before, but now it's going to be different. Now actually the UV island should have the rect. And the UVs stay separately per triangle. I think so. I'm just trying to read this code and try and figure out what it does. So I don't really remember. Inner is the width minus 2 times the pad. Yeah, so that's the you know, from both sides pinching it. The U plus the pad. The V plus the pad. Thing is, I have no clue how to really visualize these things. I remember that this was really important. I can't remember why it was important, but I remember this specific code that clamps it, I guess, or no, that finds the min and the max, and then finds this range. I remember this range was really important. And then you slot it in. This mask I don't think we need. I don't know how to slot in multiple ones into one rect though. Like, that's the part that confuses me. Like, don't you have to... I don't know. It's kind of hard to think about. For now, this find least parallel axis is actually really important, by the way. This is pretty important. Yeah, I grabbed this earlier today because I knew I was going to have to use it. That's going to find the axis for the full island, I think. Yeah, I did leave this normal here. I don't know. I don't know if each triangle needs its own normal or if the island can have its own normal. If a light map rect has UV width and height, maybe, oh hey, what's up, Anna? Right now I'm working on the UV unwrapping for the light map, and I'm having some trouble figuring out how I'm gonna do it. I don't know. Maybe I should just copy what I had in my last engine, but I don't really remember how it works, so I have a feeling like the UVs need to be split over how many we have in the rect. Because our wrecks now have UV islands. Wanted that to do for radiance caching. Oh yeah. Yeah, I had in my last engine, but I don't really remember how any of it worked. And honestly, in my last engine, I just did one rectangle per triangle, which is not how you're supposed to do it, like if you're doing like a professional thing. So I was like, okay, I'll figure out a way to do it now. And I have these like UV islands now. So like these are the faces that are colored the same are going to be going in the same place in the light map, basically. You know, like how similar their planes are, I guess. But I don't know how to put multiple of them in one rect. I have no clue. I'm thinking I just start off by copying what I had last time. This code I've like literally, I'm trying to read it and understand, but I don't fucking get it, to be honest. So we're just gonna like try what I had before, and then, you know, if it works, it works. What's her name, your mod? Something. Yeah, Isabel. Isabel did it a long time ago. But you know, that was right around when I did it, so I don't really remember any of it. I think I'm just gonna try and go based on what I had before, and then try to adapt it. But the weird thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know how to slot multiple ones into one rect. If I'm reading this correctly, what this is going to do is it's going to stretch the triangle's UVs to the entire thing, because this goes inner U plus norm U times inner width. Yeah. So instead of inner U, I should be splitting it up over the entire rect. Yeah, it was Isabel. She probably did it a way better way than I did it. To be honest, she's a way better fucking programmer than me, that's for sure. I'm thinking maybe I give it like an offset. And that way that rect U will partition it inside. Like, let's say, well, it depends on how many triangles we have, but let's say we have like 12 triangles. UV unwrapping is hard. It's quite hard. But yeah, I went through all the difficulty of creating all these UV islands and shit, and now it's the hard part. Is like, how do I get it into this thing? Because I can allocate a light map rect with any sort of area, but I need to figure out internally how we're gonna split up the UVs. I like your community, very talented devs all around, but overall, compared to, it feels more local and less big Reddit thread. Getting shit on because you're trans? What? Why? Wait, that's so weird. I feel like, honestly, like, programming communities, or, I mean, I'm not a part of any communities, I don't use the internet, but like, I don't know, I got the impression that like programming people were pretty, you know, pretty like progressive thinking or like, you know, whatever. But like that's kind of crazy. I don't at least meet a lot of programmers that are like, you know, usually not political or frowned upon. Yeah, you know, it's weird to me because at least the programmers that I meet, like just from streaming and just from talking to people, none of them were like that. But maybe I just, you know, avoid other people. And giant servers. Yeah. Yeah, usually where there's just like big communities or big whatevers, I just stay out of it. I haven't had any like success even when I was like a kid with like, you know, music communities or gaming communities or whatever, you know. I really can't stand people on their own, and so if there are people that I can't stand even more than that, it makes me want to explode. Yeah, I hate political grifting. That right wing furry dude, zero care for it at all. Yeah, you know, when I come across people like that, I just ban them. Or I just like, you know, I know from living my own life and living out there, like, most people are not good eggs. Not good eggs. So whenever I see them, I try not to let it bother me, you know. You wrecked you, and then we just take in a wait, but the UVs are integers. The UVs are integers? You can't be serious. Wait, really? Ah, shit. Wait, why is it integers? Well, it's not going to be integers anymore. So, hate to burst your bubble, but there's not going to be integers anymore. I'm sorry. The last one was LIQ server and this Israeli guy. Or shit. I don't want nobody to give a crazy reaction. We're just this shitty beginner. Oh, that's good. That's good. Yeah. That's one thing that does get to me when, I don't know if it's like an ego thing or whatever, but like when somebody just like, you know, shits on me or like, you know, just like says something that makes me feel bad or whatever about myself, and they're just like fucking terrible at everything they do. It just really bothers me. It bothers the fuck out of me. I've had beginners treat me like shit and they know like nothing. Yeah. That's why I don't know, when people come in this chat and, you know, try to be like, oh, why aren't you doing this, or why aren't you doing this, or whatever. Like, some of them have like genuine things, like, you know, Arya has helped me out a lot with that, but like, there's a lot of people that just like come in here and just complete fucking, just like nobodies, bro. But like, I just try to, it's not like ignore them, I just like push them away, you know. Like, I just push them away and just, you know, try not to interact with them so that it doesn't get me in a bad mood, you know. I hate getting in a bad mood, you know? Beginners tend to treat very simple concepts like God knowledge. Does it on it's like, what are you doing? This actually reminds me because I used to be that same way. I think it's just like age. Like when I was like 18 or yeah, it's like 17 or 18, I had like this music sort of internship thing, and we were producing music and stuff, and you know, one of those senior guys uh, was throwing an EQ on, and he just pumped everything up like to massive values, like, and me, you know learning from the people that I knew at the time, and maybe some YouTube or whatever, I knew that the dynamics were gonna completely break if you blew out the EQ like that. And subtractive EQing is much better than additive EQing. If you subtractively EQ and then boost the gain up afterwards, it's better for just how it works. And so I said something like, "You're doing it wrong," and he just like got up and he walked out of the room. And I'll never forget that because it was a big lesson to me that sometimes I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes I think I know something just because it's worked for me and whatever. But, it was a moment where I was deeply humbled, not because, I think if he turned around and like yelled at me about like, I know so much more, like it wouldn't have hit me. But like the fact that he just got up and walked out, like didn't say anything, like that kind of like changed the way I view, people, the way I view like my own knowledge and stuff. Like I think that was like a very valuable moment for me, because I was like, oh shit, like the shit that I say has an effect on people, and also like I need to like humble myself, because it's not just about being an asshole, but it's also just like I could learn so much from these people if I just didn't like think I was better than them all the time, And so that changed my life, because after that I like started actually like trying to learn from people around me, instead of just like trying to learn off of like YouTube so that I could prove that I was better than them, or that I knew more than them, or whatever, Like I think a lot of people need to have that shift, early in life, because I think a lot of people don't ever have that shift, Told someone so passionately until later on you're learned were often wrong. Try to tread with less assumptions later. Try to hold nuance and do research before you say things. Yeah. But I think that there's like two sides to it too. Like I think, especially later in life, I think I got humbled to the point where it like has a negative like part of my self-esteem, Like I feel ashamed kind of when I learn to do things better, which I think is a really bad relationship to have with it, So I think there's two sides to that coin. I think you gotta have some moderation with it, or else you get to the point where you feel bad about learning things, which is kind of like where I am at some level. Like at some level I would just like to not learn anything so that I could stop feeling ashamed, but even when I know things or have learned them, I still, even when talking to you, quickly pull up Google and make sure I'm not misremembering something. Yeah, I do the same thing. I mean, I think everybody, unless they're like genuinely stupid, should do that, But yeah, you can definitely take it too far, But Okay, so let's do this least parallel axis thing that I grabbed earlier. And this is what we will use. I straight up copied this earlier. I'm afraid as well, I have biases, so I gotta double check. Yeah. Yeah, I have the same thing. I always double check now when I'm giving somebody advice. In fact, sometimes I just don't give people advice. Because I know that somebody else could do a better job, you know? Because I'm really not, you know, I'm not like that great at, you know, all of that. I think you want to have even UVs, so you want to have the same amount of triangles this way as this way, right? But I have no clue how to deal with that. I was just gonna go side to side and just divide it once because I don't know how to do the math. Like, let's say we have an uneven amount of triangles, like 10. How do I come up with a formula that does that? Like, what's the optimal way? It would be 4 by 3. It would be 4 by 3. I don't know how to. There's probably an algorithm that I need to do that. For now, let's just do side to side, and then later I'll look it up. Skill? I guess I have skill, but you know. A lot of people have skill, you know. I'm scared to realize it in case I'm wrong. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's always a bigger fish, so you know, like this is something else. Like, for example, like I'm supposed to like write like blog posts or like on my website or whatever about what I'm doing to some extent. Like, I feel like I should do that, either that or make videos about like what I've been coding or whatever. And it's like, you know, every time I go to do that, it's like it's just not good enough, you know? Like, it's not good enough. It's not, you know, a better resource than the resources that I've been given, you know? So it's just not enough. So I get that, but yeah. Do blogs. Yeah, you know, it's not hard. Like, I've written a few drafts of like new ones that I want to do, but it's like, yeah, it's like, it's so much work. It really is so much work, you know, because the standard is so high because of like fucking Medium art, like articles and like other people's websites and shit, you know, and then like video essays and all this. Like, it's so incredibly hard to just like easily just be like, let me just write down what I know about this and then just give it to the world. It's like, how well enough do I know this shit to be able to put it in a very concise and correct manner, you know? Like, it's hard. I wrote one for GJK and EPA, but like, do I think it's gonna go through? I don't know, because at the end of the day, my normals were flipped at the end of EPA, and I flipped them. So, yeah, I don't know. To be honest, my website like template, it wasn't vibe coded, but I don't know any HTML and CSS, and I just was like, "Yo, ChatGPT, can you give me like what are the basic styles and shit and whatever." Yeah, Winter Code Dev. Yeah, he has those. He has those. Yeah. I don't think his stuff is even like to an insanely high standard, but an immediate example that comes to my mind is the link that Ian just put in Engine Dev last night. Right? It's like this like insane fucking resource with like explanations for like what a hemicube is and like all this shit, and it's like, you know, it's like a whole goddamn essay with like diagrams and shit. It's like, that is so incredibly like, I would never be able to do that, like it's ridiculous. I saw a hemicube earlier. A hemicube is just used, it was used in old light map baking. It's like, apparently it's like from a pixel, right? And you render from like all the different from a cube, so that it's basically like old ray casting. It's just a cheaper version of ray casting, because you're just looking at it's just a cube and you just look at the sides of a cube. It's kind of like a cube map, but what I'm just going to be doing is I'm just going to ray cast just like random rays out. That's all I'm going to do, because that's what apparently is like modern recommended, is to raycast instead. Okay, so the UVs that we get out, do they start at a certain place? Also interesting, something that I just realized is that this adds the padding also. So we're adding the padding twice. I don't know why we're adding the padding. We shouldn't add the padding twice. Maybe there's a reason for it, I don't know. Dude, SSR or SSGI, but with a cube map. I don't know what that would entail or what that would look like. Like, are you talking about cube mapping? I only really know cube maps in terms of like reflections and skies and stuff like that. I don't know how you would cube map a internal like volume. We're just gonna go side by side, I think. Oh wait, no, you do need this. So this rec.u is okay. So that's the full thing. Like a cube map rendered at the camera facing the direction where the camera is pointing to provide more off-screen information. At the camera facing in the direction of the camera is pointing to provide more off-screen information. Interesting. I've got to close this bug. I think there's a net that got through. Cube map rendered at. That's interesting. So instead of a UV offset, we'll just take in you know what I'm thinking? What if instead we do this? So we're doing inner U plus norm U times inner width minus 1. So norm U is what we want to change now. Let's just take an int tries and then just multiply this times 1 over tries. Yeah, this is complicated. Maybe it's something like that. No, but this needs to be in texel space. Maybe something like that. No, this is an I. This is oh, this is an I. This is, you have to get tries I. Tries I. And what I want is to I need to map these light map UVs out. I do have this actually. So when I init light map data, I should also LD UVs, and it should go to I don't actually have a way to get the amount of tries. So I'm actually going to make this a vector then. Vectors are too convenient. They need to be debuffed. I don't really like the name that I gave it. We're gonna call it Lightmap UV. Okay. Maybe the UVs should just be on the triangles themselves. Oh, but then that's another buffer. That's another buffer. Well, but we need a buffer anyway. Ugh. That's fucking disgusting. So we can't keep it on the light map data. That doesn't work. It needs to either be per mesh or per... It can be per mesh. It needs to be per mesh, or we need a buffer. I thought that we could have per triangle something that, but then you might as well have the buffer on the mesh itself. So you're either gonna have a mesh, either buffer either way. So I'm just gonna have it on here. So in load, we need to init vector current mesh light map UVs. We need to make a function that gets called when we load in another mesh. And that way we can just vector expand now. Every time we get new UVs. Let's get vec3 udir, vec3 vdir, and then this is find least parallel axis. So f normal. Find least parallel axis. Okay. Alright, let's try it, I guess. Yeah, I think that instead of making it a vector, actually I'm changing my mind again, and we'll just allocate it to the amount of triangles that we have. Unknown type name. It's not. Oh, it's underneath it, isn't it? I don't know why I'm like lagging. It's so fucking strange. How is this under mesh? That's so strange. Where are we now? Don't ask me why player has a mesh. Okay. Okay. So now we are guaranteed on the mesh to have light map, UV. Okay. Technically, that should assign UVs. But I have no fucking clue. Okay, so this is just gonna go over the islands and then just add them. I know that I've written a lot of code today because my arm is starting to hurt. Not my fingers, it's my little, like, my fucking arm. From the tension. It fucking hurts, actually. I am not going to figure out the baking today, unfortunately. Just not capable. I will, however, try to test this and maybe just like load in the texture into the shader, and then we'll just like test if the UVs exist. Okay, we aren't going to be able to get baking done today, but that's my goal right now, is just to get to this point, to that point. Can't wait to see the new MSI match, Lion versus is it BLG, was it? Or HLE. Yeah, so I gotta see it. I'm gonna get some ice cream. I'm gonna turn the AC on, and we're just gonna sit back and relax, and it's gonna be great. You don't get to be there for that, but I do, and that's what matters. And then we just call add UV island to light map. I think I was just thinking too hard about it. That's pretty much it. We assign the UVs there. And then we'll just have a function called void bake light map. And it'll take in light map data LD. And it will call init light map data. And then from there, it will just bake. You're watching? What's up? This is per mesh initialization stuff, so I think that's stuff that's otherwise. But from here we should be able to call it bake light map, except we aren't actually baking yet because we don't have the raycasting logic that we're about to do, or not about to do. I'm going to be leaving soon, but so we can call bake now. And the point of calling bake is that where's light map data? Oh, it's in .scene data.lightmap data. Okay. So what we want to test now in a shader is we just want to well, yeah, so we do have to actually fill the texture with something to be able to see the UVs and to sample them, and I don't really remember how to do that. Yeah, that's kind of hard. I do have the code that references it though, which should be somewhere over here. Oh, this is all the PS2 stuff or PS1 stuff. Compute skylight maybe. No, I don't. Beam mask. No, yeah, I don't think it was this. I think it's this one. Regenerate composite light map neighborhood. I just want the regular one, not the regenerate. Generate UV light map. Yeah, right here. Okay, so let's figure out how we upload it at the end. Unpack row length. I don't really remember what that is, but I think that there's some purpose to it. But this is what we'll do at the end, I suppose, of the bake. What is our texel min x, texel min y? Change only the dirty min max bounding box area. Huh. Interesting. I wish that we had an upload that didn't do that and just did a regular upload, because that's kind of fucking confusing. That's fucking confusing, and I don't want to deal with this right now, whatever the fuck this is. Like, I know we have all these variables here, but it's so fucking ridiculous. Is that even the UV buffer? What is UV buffer? It is this. It is this. I think I'm just gonna copy some of these what they are. Width, height, depth. Do I even have that? Did I even set that up? It was in Atlas. Width, height. No, it's just with height. We don't need. I think that's a different thing. It's supposed to be Atlas width and Atlas height. Yeah. So let's not even worry about that. And then we have this Texel min and Texel max fucking bullshit happening. I'm just gonna upload the full thing, man. I'm just gonna upload the full fucking thing. I don't know what the fuck I was smoking here. We're just gonna upload the full thing. Is this... No, it is necessary. It is necessary. It is necessary, actually, because you need to know where you're starting and ending with the UVs because of the width and height thing. So it is completely necessary, actually. Oh, hi, back. Welcome back. The rect width and the rect height, what did I have this as? This code is disgusting. What the fuck did I just do? They should make a button in Helix that makes you go back to where you were before you fucking pressed the bad button. Because it would definitely help people like me who have 10,000 line files. Yeah, so what is rect? That's what we do at the end. That figures it out. Okay, got it. So now we need to iterate through and then figure out what our min and max is as we go. Got a new phone. Does 20 times zoom. 20 times zoom is crazy. The process of that, I realized to turn my TA into TAU. All I gotta do is spatial upscale on the current frame. Isn't that kind of... What is spatial upscale, though? Isn't that kind of TAA already? Okay, we're just gonna follow the same logic because I feel like if I don't, then we're just gonna be in a bad spot. We're just gonna be in a bad situation. We're gonna go try count. How do we get from light map data to tries? Well, we have our UVs here. And we have our islands. Our UVs go into the tries. Wait, hold on a second. We need to go per island. I think we're going per island. That's what we're doing. Spatial upscale is just non-temporal upscaling. Apparently TAU doesn't change any of the TAA logic. It just takes in a spatial upscale's current frame. Huh. And how do you do non-temporal upscaling then? That would be my question. Or just fancy edge-aware blurs. Oh, I see. How expensive is that? That sounds pretty easy to do. What's the point of doing TAAU? I think we're just gonna go islands per island. Because then we have a mesh. We have the tries on that thing. Hold on a second. Yeah, let's just do it this way. U for upscaling. Yeah, I got that much. DLSS and the FSR are more advanced. Oh, I see. Oh, that's big. That's big stuff right there. Those are some big words you're throwing around. Or is this like that sounds pretty heavy. That does sound pretty heavy. Okay, let me just go through all of the tries, and then we do the per try data here, like this, and we get the tries like so. Oh, I'm so happy that we're almost done with this. The more I work in the traversal, the more I think the build is messed up. And why do you think the build is messed up now? You seem to be working on this for a long time. Like Is it like is it difficult? I'm kind of worried that you may have something like structurally wrong, I guess, you know. But it does seem difficult, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure how I can help you anymore with it, you know. Yeah. Sit around for a long time because I'm lazy with typing, but I'm still debugging. Yeah. Has the AI been of any help? And then from here we can get the UVs, right? We put this onto the vector, yeah. How did we do this again? No, we did make it per... We did make it per... Mesh light map UVs, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we put it on this. So we didn't need to go per thing at all. I ditched it. It's basically a fortified graph maker for when I need to visualize my nodes. I see. Yeah, I mean, I think that that's probably the best use for AI as a graph maker, because I feel like otherwise they're kind of useless. I'm gonna do this. We're gonna do this instead. Just keep everything in the same place, not have random functions that do nothing. Yeah, let's do that instead of putting it on the mesh. Put it on the island. It just does fuck all. It can't even make crafts right. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know, the way I use it is that, like, when I genuinely come across something that I have no clue about, like the hemicube shit, then I'll ask it. Like last night when I was reading that, I was like, dude, I don't understand what the fuck this hemicube shit is, and it did help explain it to me. So that was useful. But it's like most of the time isn't useful. Especially when it comes to writing code. When I run into no sources for hours. Yeah, I don't know. When I look shit up, it's really hard to find stuff nowadays. Okay, so now we have that set up instead. I don't even know how people vibe code because it just doesn't work. I feel like probably if you like dish out bread for it, it's a little bit better, but I don't know how much better. But I think it's because people like it's not just them, like they have like you can like download or whatever, like have it in your code base or whatever. Maybe that version of it is like better at programming. Fuck if I know. It's not like I'm gonna use it, but I assume that whatever they're using is better than what I am aware of, probably. But get this into their engines beforehand, yeah. So it really only looks like big name engines like Unreal hired mathematicians. Yeah. I think for the fact that like I think AI is just a good tool to like, you know, if I like need like information on something that I can't find resources for. Like for example, I was struggling with, you know, figuring out the right matrix like math or whatever for this specific thing that I was doing to get my stuff into local space or whatever, and it helped me out with that. So, you know, but actually for like this right one for you, I don't like because he plays for the highest Claude tier and it has it right massive parts of his engine. That's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that like you get away with vibe coded shit like that because it's like you can tell that it isn't like it isn't made by a human, you know what I mean? So it's like that's ridiculous. That's fucking stupid. Okay, so now we have our UVs and our UVI and our everything, and we're so happy. We're so happy. We're so happy that I could cry. We're so happy. Okay, now we're just gonna slap this shit in there, and we're just gonna pray that this shit works. Try UVs, try index. Okay, so this is just giving us the UVs, which we already have. So we don't even want it in this order. We're just gonna go uv.x. See, it's better than asking Stack Overflow or Reddit. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Some AI write out in different Unicodes is almost a watermark. Really? Well, I used Visual Studio thing once 2 years ago and it didn't work. It fucked up your whole code base. This shit just doesn't work. What do you mean the GitHub Copilot or whatever? Oh, that's cursed. Oh, that's cursed. That's fucking cursed. What the fuck did I just write? Oh my god. What a fucking idiot. Oh, I'm gonna regret that. I'm gonna regret that. I'm gonna regret that. See, this shit looks like something like this. They have ones integrated in IDEs now, really. Kept having his dumbass Claude fuck up his entire code base. Yeah, I can't imagine that it would be that great. But once again, maybe I don't remember why I had this berry-centric bias and fucking what. I think that was for when we get inside of it, for when we get the pause, we don't really care about the pause. Right now we're just trying to fill this shit with with whatever, bro. We're just trying to fill this shit with whatever. So apparently it's y times atlas width plus x. Okay. There's clearly still an issue, yeah. My IDE ones, but I removed the icon because I just don't use it. All the integrated ones in IDE look like a big button that says, hey, fuck up my code. It's so weird to me because I used that shit, I guess like it was years ago now, maybe just 2 years ago maybe, in VS Code. It's like GitHub Copilot or whatever. And it was just a worse version of ChatGPT. That's literally all it was. It just would just like pull shit from the internet, and that's it. It was just very useless. But that's my only experience. Wait. They have one in Visual Studio Community. It could straight up could solve like nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it really didn't work good. That's all I remember. Okay, so this is just XY. I did this fucking bad. It's supposed to be this. I did it the other way around. And now all we have to do is press the big button and go UV buffer, index, and what color do we want to make it? 0.5, 0.1, 0.3. Just because it's random. Fucking bullshit. Generate UV light map to clear it here. What? Oh. I like my IDs to not have a giant agent shoved in your face. And yeah, I noticed VS Code when I did HTML stuff, it was right in my face, yeah. Yeah. Web page button, so I don't need my browser. Yeah, I didn't know about that. Yeah. That is pretty crazy. I fucking hate the way AI is going now. It's like I feel like AI could be like a solid tool, like in terms of, I don't know, in terms of just like in terms of like just like being like a tool that you can like talk to and like think about ideas for shit and shit, like that's what I want AI to be. Like I want an AI to be like in a way like, you know, just like a person to talk to about stuff like that I'm learning about, you know, and get like, you know. But the way AI is going now is it's just like everybody wants a tool to like do things for them, and it's like I feel like AI could be like a good thing where it's like I talk to it and it like it helps me like, you know, be inspired or whatever, you know what I mean? But yeah. How do I do this again? I just don't need it outside of searching things or asking questions. I mean, for turning my own nodes output, yeah, it's useful. Using it to vibe code a website and it wouldn't even work. It just kept crashing. Shit. Their victim to refresh the page. That's fucking funny. That is hilarious. That's fucking hilarious. Light map text. Alright, so we're gonna put this in. We're gonna put in a GL uniform. It's 1D, right? It's 1I. 1D is double, obviously. Form location in main. I'm so ready for this not to work. There's actually a 0% chance that this works. It's like actually like 0. Like there's no way that this works. So there's a very 0.00000% chance. So I don't even remember. Is it 2D? Like is it like this? I don't really remember. I kept downloading random ass AI agents and vibe coding off Git. And they look like those Discord nukers. So I can look at how stupid this shit is. I don't know. I do think AI has like some potential in terms of like, I don't know. But yeah. It's Control Shift I. Yeah, you gotta be on the shortcut. You know what I mean? I don't know how I even like. Let's see how I did it on Entity Mesh. U lightmap size, U lightmap atlas. That's probably it. U text array. Oh my fucking god, what is this fucking file? What the fuck is this file? Those are two 3D things though. So where is my... U skylight map, V light map, UV, U light map, U light map atlas. I think it had to be in wall. Wall was like my geometry shader at the end. Yeah, so it was this. This was how I sampled it. I had to do world pause divided by U map size. Oh, I took the V light map UV in V light map UV equals A light map UV. Oh, I had this per right. You have to have it in the or you could probably do an SSBO, but whatever. It's a subscription. Gotta install. Yeah, pay a subscription is crazy. They should have that shit for free. That's not worth money. Imagine using a code editor and there's being like, you know what? I don't even think I want to code. I'm just gonna have it code for me. It's like, what? Fuck. I don't know how to test this because I need to actually put it in the vertex layout, brother. The vertex layout. Oh my gosh. Oh my fucking gosh. Don't I have add mesh to buffer? Add mesh to buffer. But it. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. shit. JetBrains Jarvis print Hello World for me. Yeah, I don't know. I think we're fucked. I think we are genuinely fucking fried. Chopped, fried, skewered. We're sent packing. Here's the problem. If I want to put this inside of the fucking shit, what I need to actually do, and you're gonna hate it, what I need to actually do is go in to mesh vertex and then have an int so that it goes to the light map UVs so that it connects them. Or we can put it on mesh face and just go we could even set it to the UV island. We could go set it to the UV island and then it just sends you to the UV island. I want to go to the UV island. It sounds like it's a lot of fun. Sorry, I cannot do that. I'm out of monthly tokens. I know how image DNA works and how training works. Image recognition. That does sound pretty fun. All that machine learning stuff is pretty hard. I did a bit of it in my chess engine, but yeah, it's like that's pretty crazy. That is pretty crazy. But anyway, we would need to add the mesh to the buffer at the end anyway, and then instead of going to the UV island, we need to actually, oh my fucking god, I think it's cooked. I think it's fucking actually cooked how I made this, because I made it without thinking that we would need to have it in vertex data, so I didn't think about it. Fuck. Shit. Because you need to go into the UV island, but then you also need the UVs. Shit. I need you to march this. Yeah, I need Jarvis to march this right now. Fix this shit. You know what I'm gonna do? Listen. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules, bro. I don't make the rules. I hate to do this to you. I hate to do this to you. But listen. This needs to happen. It needs to happen. The UV island has to be set to the UV island, which is the LD islands dot count -1. It just has to happen. It needs to happen. It isn't pretty. Listen, if I could do this any other way, I would. I really, really, really would. I would. But right now, my goal was to check if this works before I eat dinner today. And to do that, we have to Frankenstein some shit. Okay? It just is what it is, okay? Dropped of this. That's. Why can't you be Jarvis? I'm fucking pissed. Yeah, tell him. Tell him. Okay, we connected it, and now we know with the UV island. But we also need to know the UV offset in the island for it. But that's the beautiful thing about it, is that it's right here. And you can just do this, and it's beautiful. It's beautiful. I love it. I've never been a more big fan of it, okay? That's fan-fucking-tastic. And now, when we add the mesh to the buffer, now we don't even have to worry about it. We just gotta go into main vertex. We're just gonna say UV, okay, very simple, vec2 UV. Never had a doubt about it. Holy shit. How are you not getting got by the YouTube AI? Dude, he's trying. He's trying really hard. You're gonna use up all your tokens. You're gonna use up all the tokens. Fill buffer with mesh try. That's exactly what we're talking about. We need to get the UV though. Oh shit. Brother, I don't know what to tell you right now, but we're gonna have to do some magic. We're gonna have to do some fucking Houdini magic right now, because this is not. This is not it. 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 Okay, we need to get everything. Do I have a cast that gets everything? I'm getting hungry, I'm not gonna lie. I'm fucking tired. I wanna just get this done with. Oh my god, if I have to write another fucking 10... Okay, this is enough. This is enough. We can get there from here. We can get there. It's each try. We need... We need to get LD. Do you know of the Twitter users who pay for grok and you see them in the comment section? No way that's a real thing. That's not real. You're lying, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying, you're lying. You are lying. You are so lying. Okay, so UV island. We need to cast Vec on a lot of things right now. And so I'm gonna need your help in staying sane really quick. Holy fucking shit. Okay, and now that we have the UV islands, we want to get our UV island. Just a little bit of a island that we're on. UVI, not UCI. Cast, and then we're just gonna go into islands. By the try UV island, and then we're gonna do this tiny little trick I call going to get the UV, the light map UV from the UV island, UVs, and then we get our UV. People joke about it. Oh, it's real. The biggest meme from it is a caveman with a rock going, "Rock, please explain." Yeah, that's not it. And we have our UVs, everyone. We have gotten our UVs. Hallelujah. Oh my gosh, we're almost finished. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Get me in that fragment shader. Get me in it. Oh, no, no, no. Get me in the vertex shader, actually. I lied. I lied. We need to have a vec2, a UV, vec2, and then we're going to have, watch out for this one, out vec2 VUV. Okay, lovely, lovely. And then the VUV equals the AUV. We're just hooking it up right now. 1 plus 2 equals 3, Jarvis. This is true. I don't know about that one. That's a tough one. Okay. So we have to go very, very important. We have to go to init, and we need to change our main vertex layout to now have the UVs. Yes, exactly. Size of float times 2. Main stride will have 8. Not gonna forget that one. And there we go. Fantastic. Now, just so that we don't crash, we need to make sure. Well, let's not worry about that for now. Let's see if we can compile. Pondering my magic rock. Humans in 2026. Magic glass and metal box. Tell me, is this true? I would prefer if we were cavemen again. Okay, let's just go GDB immediately because I'm not gonna know where the fuck the problem is. Int blocks W Atlas. Really? Atlas block size? That's where we're dying? Atlas block size. Oh my god, this is gonna be one of these things where we have 20 different errors. Atlas block size. The fuck are we talking about, bro? In allocate lightmap rect, we send an LD atlas. Oh, it's divide by 0. It's divide by 0. Aha. Init lightmap data. We need a init lightmap atlas. Block size equals 0. Block size equals block size. Block size equals 4. The fuck are you talking about, bro? Do I not call init lightmap data? I do call init lightmap data. You're lying to me. You're lying to me. Oh, wait a second. Oh, we're calling it twice, aren't we? Build UV islands, build adjacency map. I need you to build me a little boat so that I can sail away from this right now. How about that? Think about that. No, you fucking bastard. Fill buffer with mesh try. UVs. We're only adding 1 in. And it is the untitled 2.obj. So how do we not have the UVs for that? UVs. This is the same thing. I'm gonna cry myself to sleep. Oh my gosh. What the fuck are we doing? What is the UV IDX? Why is it not the correct one? I have too many fucking buffers open. I just want to get this done so that I can leave. Sorry. I'm having a second. UVI, UV's I. F, UV, IDX, I. Now tell me that that's incorrect, bro. Oh my god. I might have to leave without getting this done. I kind of wanted to at least get something working today. I mean, I did get something working. I got a bunch of things working. Let's see what the value is at least before I leave. Let's see the value. What the fuck is this? Yeah, I don't know. I'm kind of... Let's print out the UV IDX. Because it might just be like something that... It might be something that's just out of range. Okay, we get that. It's our very first one. We get just bullshit. Match tries. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, build adjacency map. Oh, hold on a second. I don't build the UV islands, but I need to init them first. Okay, well, that's where we have a problem. So let's just add this to the header file so that we can like live our lives. I just want to live my life. We're almost done. I'm almost done. Okay. Now we need to just call those functions. Before we do this, and not call bake lightmap because that's a fake function. Just call generate UV lightmap, and then we just live our lives in happy, lovely bliss. And oh, I need to add this also to the header. I just had to take a breath there. Oh my god, this is gonna be so awesome when this is fucking finished. Holy shit. No. Oh man, dude, give me a fucking break. Well, first of all, that was wrong, but UVI tries count, UVI UV's J. I mean, that should work. That should work. Unless for some reason we don't have on one of our islands, we don't have UVs. I just don't think that that's true. Hold on, does init UV islands have to add UV island to lightmap? What order do these functions need to go in, bro? Hold on, init UV islands happens after build UV islands. What the fuck? Who named this, bro? Me, I named it. That's scary. Atlas block size. Allocate lightmap rect. The fuck are we talking about, bro? Build UV islands has to happen. Fuck. Plus UV? Plus UV at the end? Was the plus UV really necessary? Was it really necessary? Alright, we might be fried. We might be fried. Atlas block size. Oh, arithmetic exception. Oh. Can you explain to me why that is? Can you fucking explain that to me? To my fucking face, you silly little goose? Explain to me how it's 0. Explain to me. Explain to me how that value gets to 0. Let's go. Let's see the Atlas block size. Let's see Paul Allen's card. Scene data dot lightmap data dot atlas dot blocks. Let's see the block size over there, huh? Let's go see the block size at that point. It's 0. And what? But over here, it should not be 0 because I just initialized it. It is 0. Bro, what the fuck does this function do? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm gonna fucking lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Why did I write it like that? This wasn't me writing it like that today. I wrote it like that a long time ago. That it actually returns a new atlas. What type of brain damage programming was I doing? Critical error detected. 0 memory. Add UV island to lightmap 609. 609, you say? 609, you say? Okay, that's fine. We didn't 0 the memory. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. Lock in. Oh my god, it's beautiful. I've never had a more beautiful little thing in my entire life. What the fuck? Wait, is it working? Dude. I don't know what it's supposed to look like, but I think it looks good. It's a smooth gradient. Bro, I don't know what it's supposed to look like. Why do we have a new thread? It's not supposed to be a new thread. Alright, well, guys, I don't know if I did it. Oh wait, no. Wait, I didn't actually. Wait, why did it change color? Oh, huh. Well, it wasn't supposed to change color because I didn't actually do anything with the UVs. So that means that somewhere over the rainbow, I have something that's broken, actually, even though it looks pretty. So yeah, at least I think so, because I didn't actually even use the UVs to sample the texture. Right? Yeah, I didn't even use the UVs to sample the texture. So, whatever is being rendered is not it. I'm gonna go eat some food because I am fucking hungry. That UV equals UV, UV's P. Yeah, that sounds about right to me. You feel me? That sounds about right to me. Maybe when we upload it to the buffer, we go by size of main vertex. Obviously, main vertex is correct. Yeah, I mean, it may be our... It may be our vertex layout. Did I fuck up something here? Size of float times 2. That would be the problem. That would be it right there. I think I said something when I was doing that, like, not gonna mess that up. That one's clearly not gonna mess it up. Okay, there we go. Okay, so it looked really pretty. Biddy boom. Okay, it looked really pretty, but it actually was nothing. It was nothing. Alright, so now here's the real fucked up part. Is the VUV... So let's just go 1 VUV.x VUV.y. All right, let's give it a shot. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, did I do it? Dude, I think I did it. Those are the UVs. Wait, I think I'm fucking the best programmer of all time. Just kidding. I mean, I have no clue if it's actually gonna work, but I think it works. Alright. I'm eating some pizza. There's pizza, bro. So I'm eating some pizza. Fucking, I'm out of here. It was a lot of fun today. We got, I don't think you were here, but we got a scene BVH going. So we have it so that, you know, when you load in your meshes, it gets added to BVH. So that's pretty cool. But the next thing is I'm going to bake lighting, and we're going to use... We have 2 BVHs now, so it's like a BVH on top of a BVH. So it's going to be really fast, hopefully. And that's exciting. That's going to be very exciting. All right. Peace out. Thanks for hanging out, Anna. Appreciate it. And See you guys later.